Uh-oh. Problem. I don't want you to hurt my horse, Yiga person. And all I have right now is the farmer's pit. Oh, that hurts.
When working with 3D, skeletal deforms are common for characters and creatures, and most 3D modeling applications support it. For 2D, as this function is not used as often, it's difficult to find mainstream software aimed for this. One option is to create animations in third-party software such as Spine or Dragon Bones. Why would you do skeletal animations directly in Godot? The answer is that there are many advantages to it. Better integration with the engine, controlling particle systems. Built-in skeletal system in Godot is very efficient and designed for performance. The following tutorial will explain. Cutout animation is a type of stop-motion animation in which pieces of paper or other thin material are cut into special shapes, rearranged in two-dimensional representations of characters and objects. Characters' bodies are usually made out of several pieces. The pieces are arranged and photographed once per frame. Paper Mario Rayman Origins. Godot provides tools for working with cutout rigs. This is ideal for the workflow. The animation system is fully integrated within the engine. This means that animations can control much more than just the motion of objects, texture, sprites, opacity, color modulation, and more can all be animated and blended. Combined animation styles, cell animations to be used alongside cutout animation. In cell animation, the different animation frames use entirely different drawings rather than the same pieces positioned differently. In otherwise cutout-based animation, cell animation can be used selectively for complex parts such as hands, feet, changing facial expressions. Custom shaped elements. Custom shapes can be created with Polygon 2D, allowing UV animation deformations. Particle system. A cutout animation rig can be combined with particle systems. Custom colliders, collisions. Animation tree allows complex combinations of blending to several animations, the same way it works in 3D. Make bones. Peace tag, how's it going? Okay, so we've read that. Defeat. This is the absorption mode. Yeah, get the. There we go. Too dark. Man, this exposure is all or nothing. Oh no! God darn it! All right. Thanks, Pooh. You're a real pal. You know that. Let me change the batteries on this thing. Might not be able to have the mic. So I forgot to charge the batteries. Maybe I have a spare. Hang on. Maybe I want to scare the 50 viewers away. But no, that'd be good. Like I said, all we need is a hot chick for the stream to... the program to take off. Operation Hot Chick. I told my wife I need to get her glammed up and get her a Twitch channel to fake do one of those screenshots. All right, let's switch cams here. Yep, exactly. I was telling her we might not even need her to do it. We could find a picture of her and use that. All right. Got the little one sitting here. Get this out of the way. We'll get the mic going on the cam. We're hot? Yep. Deep cut tank? Yep. That's the plan. I'll get the music on so you can put on whatever you want. Should play. Again, if there's nothing there, it won't. Did you like my Taoist proverb today? One who perceived the aroma, guided its essence along the way. It's whoever dealt it, smelt it.
Whoa. You have to feel a lot of night to make some sleepy fried wild things.
You think so?
Yep, because look.
Mmm. You and Odie would like to do this. Make some cow masks. These are all just papers to be shredded. Oh! Hey.
Yeah.
So he was being wild on this walk?
Yeah.
Ouch. What happens?
It's just like a rope burn.
Oh, jeez.
I'm making a bunch of food. Awesome. Alright, I'm gonna take the monitor and watch my.
Okay. Guess we can take this inside. Can you get up, sweet? Thank you.
Are you streaming right now?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he needs 2 walks. He's not getting them right now. Gotta figure something out for that. Right. Right. I think we end up doing more. We just don't realize it. But I know what you mean. So, I mean, I'm going through all these boxes and paring everything down, and I need you to go through them because a bunch of it's your stuff.
Let me know if you run into the binder box.
Binder box.
There's just a box binder. You think probably might still have it.
Those might just be in the filing cabinets.
Oh.
So you might want to just open those up.
I want to make one for the bagel business.
Okay, yeah, you check the filing cabinets. I think there might be a bunch in there.
I just don't want to keep like paperwork there and then like I can file it every once a year or something, but I know if I'm having to file every individual thing, I'm gonna not be organized about it.
Right.
That's how I was doing mine.
I would suggest scanning it too before. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even ask. Unless we get promised we want to do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was gonna work on that, but I keep getting, Sweetheart, Mama needs you. Sweetie, thank you. Ah, here. Oh, never mind.
What is it?
I was gonna give you a sticker, but that's not the sticker. So, have a good day, kick some butt. Here's a little purple sticker. for being such a sweetie. Can I put it on right here? Right over your heart. Because I love you. Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Thank you. I'll put it on my chest. There we go. All right. I didn't set a timer. How long have I been going? Oh, no, that's fine. It's no biggie. That doesn't change anything. Still need to clean. So funny, we got this Hanukkah blanket. We're secular, but we celebrate all kinds of religious holidays. Mostly because they're fun. All right. Let's see. The stream says I've been going for 24 minutes. Let's see. You redeemed at 13:52. It's yeah. It's been 10 minutes. Awesome. Okay. Back at it. Okay, we're gonna be doing some boring work today. We're learning new stuff. That means, oh God, the stream. No, God. God, it's the internet. Well, here's the deal. I gotta pause really quick. I think if I switch over to Restream, part of my streaming problems go away. But if I do that, I can't do the separate audio for VOD, and we have to go back to video game music for the audio for today. But it may fix the streaming issues. Should I try that? Here's one thing to know for sure. Let's do a speed test. Speedtest.net. We're going to go open this up outside of this window over here. We're going to do a speed test to see if our speeds are okay and if it's really our internet that's doing some sort of throttling. No, it's pretty bad right now. It's just bad. It's fine all morning long, and the minute I start to stream, it poops out again. All right, so let's follow along in this tutorial and see if we can't make this. So what do you think about the names we've got so far? Let me get him up. We've got Chatling Streamcade, which I think is not going to work. I think it's already being used for something else. Streamiverse, Stream Station, Avataria, Hookstream, Stream Juice, Streamling, Stream Engage, Xstream, Stream Interaction, Chat Games, Stream Federation, StreamStar, StreamStar. I think that doesn't work. Just for the alliterative nature, it does not roll off the tongue. Avatown, Retro Engage, and Stream Power. I've sort of ordered them in the order that I like them. I think we have to take Streamcade off the list. I'm going to put it at the bottom. Hey, we're looking solid now with the stream. Maybe we're just oh, I spoke too soon. God damn it. You can lurk. My stream is just, my internet's just so bad lately. Streamtastic. We'll add that to the list. Throw that in the middle. I think StreamStation and Streamiverse are pretty solid. My life really likes Avataria for some reason. Just going through the 2D skeleton tutorial. Yes, I'm planning on implementing it. And it would be such that they would just, we would give them a template so they can load it up in Photoshop or whatever, the artists, and they would just essentially create the parts of the thing based on a scale that we set, and then swap out the texture essentially. So that way, they don't need to have animated a bunch of states or anything like that. They just need to provide like artwork for a character essentially, or multiple characters. Select it and assign the textures. Quick load. Draw a polygon directly is not advised. Instead, open the UV dialog for the polygon. Yeah, they'll need to match, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I know all the cons. I've done a lot of looking into it and a lot of the cons to it. So it's possible. The thing that I actually been wanting to talk to, well, not you, because I didn't know if you knew much about the animation stuff, but what I'm wondering is, can I set up a series of animations and have the exact same skeleton, like joints, so to speak, but then change the ratio of the like length of the bones and all that. So I'm wondering if I can do that, because what I'd like to be able to do is provide a choice between like different scales of things and stuff, where maybe there's proportionately higher legs than, because what I'm going to be doing is more of an Animal Crossing ratio, and people might not want that, where the character is 2 heads tall and half of the character size is the head itself. So the proportions are in that realm for what I'll be creating, but it's possible that they'll want it to be more humanoid in scale, where it's like, what, 7 heads tall or something like that. I forget what humans are. You should have to give a list of presets. Okay. But yeah, without experimenting, I don't know what I need to do, not do, unless somebody like you pops in and says, this is what you need to do. Open the UV of the polygon. Ah! Here we go. And users only override the checker. So one for bulky, one for chibi. Exactly. So my question to you is, if I keyframe a bunch of animations, can I then swap out the skeleton and have those animations matched? Do I only have to keyframe one of them, and I'll be able to swap out the animations for those skeletons fairly easily? Or am I going to have to do it like whatever I envision being the different proportions? Yes and no. Okay. So yeah, Mariano, just to let you know, I'm trying to think about, if you only animate rotation, then it'll work. Okay. And that's okay. So that's the other question I was going to have, which was the example I gave in Discord. Let me get that. If you keyframe also position, it'll break your skeleton. Now we'll be doing position programmatically. Oh, sorry, Bear. I should have taken him for a walk instead, because but I would create a set of animations per preset. Yeah, because depending on the length of the bones and everything, I would like a little bit of warping or stretching, but I don't know if that's done on the UV part of the polygon, or I'm trying to show an example here, but Discord is taking a long ass time to open because it's so internet dependent. What am I doing? I have a download of it on my computer. So this here, this is Ubisoft's, like an example of theirs. This is all using keyframes, but I don't know if they're animating like, because you can see a little bit of stretching going on from the cutouts that they use. So like all of that like before they switched the cutout, even there, the shaking and vibrating and all that can't be the bones that's doing that. Let me show you. That's a mesh 2D animation. But they have different states that they're switching for the head and everything. So, shoot. See if I can find. Sent it to Colin. They swapped the sprites. So when the Godot docs talk about that and being cutouts, that's not what they're referring to. Right. So they have a single texture that they grab from, like right here. So there's a long chomp. And you can see the polygon that they put around it for the UV. And then the bone. So their system's a little different than Godot's tool. What is this music? It immediately took me back to those Pure Mood CD commercials from the 90s. Is that what it's from? Yeah, I think so. This is Return to Innocence. For just $10.99, you too can... Yeah, it's that New Age, right? They called it New Age. Don't remember the name. Yeah. Ray Engine, I think, is the name of the entire thing. But what I'm asking is, regardless of those technical aspects, you're saying so long as you only do like the rotation, right? Or on the skeleton. But I don't know how they're achieving the stretching. They don't show that. Use case. Looks like they'd use a particle too for the teeth. That's cool. Anyways. The length of the bone. Okay. I guess I'm just confused how they're managing, because they're... Okay. Change the position of the child bone. Make the parent bone longer. Okay. All right. So that should be possible still then. That should be okay. It might look weird depending on the... Well, we got to go through the tutorial to learn. Points. Pencil. Hey, we got a arm in there. Duplicate the polygon node. Do we really want to duplicate? Isn't there some danger in using duplicate? Don't we want to not duplicate? It's safe? Okay. Change the position of the child bone, making the parrot bone longer. Just go on. Worst case scenario, animations in non-standard size will look wrong. Yeah, I'll have to make it. Animations in non-standard size. When you what's standard? It's not ref counted. Okay. When you say like something like standard, I don't know what you mean. In the same position angle inside the polygon. Right. That's what the template's for. So what I'm going to be fixated on is strict proportions. So there, let me show you. I started breaking down the Animal Crossing proportions. So, there's like pretty strict proportional stuff to it. You need a new rig, right? If I could just get the rigs to share animations, that would make, I wouldn't care. But yeah, so long as the proportions are the same, we should be okay. But yeah, trying to figure out copying the animations and all that. But I need something to start with in order to know if I can do what I'm imagining might be possible. It could work, but I don't think it's worth a try. To work, it needs to follow a few rules. Bones are named and enumerated the same. Scene hierarchy is the same. You only animate the rotation and never the position or scale of the bone. Okay. It's worth a shot. Do not animate the texture. Okay. Oops, I didn't copy or duplicate. My bad. Control D. How are you doing, though? Let me give a shout out, Mariano. Shout out, Mariano. Professional Godot extraordinaire. How's the I haven't been able to catch any of your streams right lately. Nymphis, how's it going? Sorry for the stream, everybody. It's gonna be choppy. Leg right. Well, the nice thing is I can set the UV. So it's possible that I'll be able to set up enough points. I don't know. We'll see. What happened? Oh, I did the wrong thing. Pure Moose commercial. Do a request in the chat. I just had a wild idea, Mariano. Definitely gonna have to experiment. I might be opening a can of worms, guys. But a can of worms, I feel is the key. It's the key of worms. Okay. You will notice that the pieces for the nodes appear in the same layout as they do in the original texture. This is because by default when you draw a polygon, the UV points are the same. Rearrange the pieces and build the character. This should be pretty quick. So no need to change pivots. Don't bother making sure rotation pivots for each piece are right. You can leave them be for now. The visual order of pieces is not correct yet, as some are covering the wrong pieces. Rearrange the order of the notes. Fix this. It's because you watched the late night TV. You're hooked. Okay, so we've got our UV or our polygons. Now we create a skeleton 2D as a child of the root node. This will be the base of our skeleton. Skeleton. Skeleton 2D. Create a bone 2D node as the child of skeleton. Put it on the hip. Skeletons usually start here. The bone will be pointing to the right, but you can ignore this for now. All right, we're going to bone the skeleton. I'm putting it right in the crotchular area of the hip. Keep creating bones in the hierarchy and naming them accordingly. At the end of this chain, there will be a jaw node. It is again very short and pointing to the right. This is normal for bones without children. The length of tip bones can be changed with a property in the inspector. Okay, but why are you showing me something different? You said to ignore it, but then you're showing me you didn't. Why? All right, so we're going to lock this. Okay, so if we lock the parent, it doesn't apply to the children. Fantastic. Ah! Okay. I see it now. Yeah. Okay. This isn't so bad. I'm not sure why we've got locks so far away. Why doesn't anyone stay in one place anymore? So part of chest. You notice that all the boins raise an annoying warning about missing a rest pose. This means that it's time to set one. Go to the skeleton node and create a rest pose. So these directions are all wrong. So I'm guessing I need to update my, well, we'll say overwrite. Okay. Warnings will go away. If you modify the skeleton, add or remove bones, you will need to set the rest pose again. Select the previously created polygons and assign the skeleton node to their skeleton property. This will ensure that they will eventually be deformed by it. Click the property highlighted above and select the skeleton node. Go to the UV editor. Choose bones. Section. Okay. You will not be able to paint the weights yet. For this, you need to synchronize the list of bones from the skeleton with the polygon. This step is done only once and manually unless you modify the skeleton by adding or removing / renaming bones. It ensures that your rigging information is kept in the polygon even if the skeleton is accidentally lost. Or the skeleton modified. Push the Sync Bones to Polygon button to sync the list. The list of bones will automatically appear. By default, your polygon has no weight assigned to any of them. Select the bones you want to assign weight to and paint them. Thanks for defining what weight means. I'm super clear on that. Arm left. The points in white have weight assigned, while the points in black are not influenced by the bone. If the same point is painted white for multiple bones, I don't know what you mean. Oh, okay. But why is this pointing out into outer space and not? Painting the weights. I don't. You mean this? But okay. I seriously don't get. Wow, what a step to skip over. I don't know. Man, it'd be nice if there was a way to add points without having to redraw the whole thing. Second one looked like this one. It's something different though. It says create internal vertex. So it's just something else. It looks like I'd have to redraw the polygon or the points. But I guess since we know where the joints are, we want there to be points. Something like this. I mean, I guess in theory, if I were to do, I'd just be really verbose with it. It couldn't hurt. Sadly, adding points is in a pull request state. Okay. Well, unfortunately, probably the most critical thing to be a little bit more verbose about in this tutorial is kind of brushed over. So they do have this thing called internal vertices, though, that they're talking about. So let's look at that. So this is what they did for the leg. Lots more points than I did. Godot generates internal triangles that connect the points when drawing the polygon. They don't always bend the way you'd expect. To solve this, you need to set hints in the geometry to clarify what you expected to form. Open up the UV menu for each bone again, go into the point section, add some internal vertices in the regions where you expect the geometry to bend. So again, though, so the bend points I expect there to be here and here, really. And then everything just disappeared. Okay. Why is that? Leg left. Why did it all disappear? Now go to the poly section and redraw your own polygons with a lot more detail. Oh, okay. Imagine that as your polygons bend, you need to make sure that they deform the least possible. So experiment to find the right setup. Oh, shit. They're not showing... Thanks for the follow. Let's see what it was. Is it Lara? Thank you. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so we're gonna build the polygon out again. I'm just going to go ham on points. I mean, it can't be bad to have more points. What happened to our UVs? Now it's not... Ah! Do we have to do it over again? Bones, sync. What happened to our UV points? Everything disappeared. Ah! What is happening? Deborah. I don't understand. There's our leg. Is it that I don't have enough UV points? Oh, I wasn't painting. Okay. So we do their points. And we're going to do something like this. Okay. And then we go back to bones. Then we go leg left. And we do something like this. Okay, and then calf left is going to look something like... And foot left is going to look something like... Where did it all go? Yeah, man, this is a mind warp. Seems like the minute I add these points, everything goes haywire. He's outside right now. I should let him in. God, I feel like going to sleep. Once you start drawing, the original polygon will disappear and you'll be free to create your own. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand something here. So, if we go back to this and I do this. See, the problem is this disappears. How the hell am I supposed to... They're showing... These disappear for me. Fine grain control over where the polygons go. I agree, but it's too bad you don't let me add polygonal points the way I see fit. How am I supposed to... Like, if I did something like this, could I keep going? Nope. So how do you... Oh, hang on. Is that the missing link? Now go to the polygon section and redraw your own polygons with more detail. So, okay. Hang on. Let's start over. Go to points. We're going to build the points out again. We'll start down here. We'll go real lean. Okay, just... Reading comp fail. Reading comprehension fail. Low reading skill level. Okay. So then we add where we want to see some bends happen. Like this. Okay. Then we go over to polygons and then we juice it up. Juice it up. Like that. So we're dictating where the polygons go. So what does this do if I go like this? Where the lines are. Ah! He's beginning to see it. Okay. So then if we go back to bones, we sync the bones. And now we leg left. Okay. Go, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be good. It's looking good. Oh, yeah. Okay. Calf left. Oh, yeah. Paint that calf. Oh, you're a dirty calf. Foot left. Oh, yeah. You're a nasty little foot, aren't you? Okay, so now, all right. You know, it'd be really handy is if I could see the polygons to know what's going on and not have to visually remember in my brain what I did and what is happening. The question becomes, what do these gray ones mean? Jotson, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. My God. How's everybody doing? Him Mendoza, thank you for the follow. H. Mendoza, I hope everyone's doing well. We're learning how to do the skeleton stuff in Godot, and so I'm learning a lot right now. Never done anything like this before, so I'm following along on the tutorial here. We're just about to the point where we're figuring out how to set up additional vertices and then drawing the polygons around that, and then what effects that has on our skeletons, on the bones when we rotate things. Right now we're getting some wonkiness like this. We don't want this. So we're trying to learn. We're learning. Tutorial's a little hollow. Yes, lots of cabinets. I'm don't hide the mess of my office area. It's technically my garage, so for a garage it's pretty good. I'm sorry for my frame rate right now. My internet is pretty bad, so all the drop frames are not a technical problem. It's a network related one. I guess that's still technical, but it's not like a overloaded computer or anything like that. Cool. Yeah, thanks. Oh, the arcade cabinets. That makes more sense. I was like, oh, you like the shelves? Okay, weirdo. No, I have a Miss Pac-Man redeem. And then we have a camera, zooms in, I wear a lapel mic, and I try to break my high score in Miss Pac-Man. Right now it's at almost 80K or something like that is my current high score. So that's where we're at on that. But anyways, that's awesome. Garage. My garage is like 150 degrees right now, so it would be impossible for me to even be there. Yeah, it's been pretty warm here. I'm in the northern part of the U.S. and it's still pretty hot. Wouldn't that be cool? I know what you're talking about. So there's a Simpsons cabinet, and that one I've modded. So it's got a controller that can sync via Bluetooth, and it overrides the video on the cabinet. So I basically have a Raspberry Pi in there, and so I can play pretty much any like of the old school games and stuff on it. And then actually when I'm streaming and I'm playing my arcade over there, I open up the Twitch chat on the other cabinet so I can see what people are saying while I'm playing. So I use it as a computer during that time. But yeah, I know what you're talking about as far as like making your own custom cabinet, something like that. What are you working on? Is it like, I presume, since Jotson sent you guys here, Jotson, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. I'm so sorry if I'm not. We got Jotson here. But I presume that you guys are doing dev work as well. If you got any projects or anything you're working on, let me know in the chat. I'm always curious to see what people are doing. But anyways, I'm a little zonked out. I'm a little defeated right now going through this process. It's so the bigger goal that I have with this is to build a system where people can just provide. John Watson. Okay, cool. That's like a Terminator name. That's like, it reminds me of like the bit that's truly great about cabinets is custom controls, like Marble. Yes. That's what I love about the old school cabinets. No, Marble Madness, the like playing Centipede, you know, with the old OG roller and anything with strange inputs. You know, you had like this vector and also the screen stuff that they would do, like vector stuff with like Tempest and like the Star Wars cabinet. And yeah, I'm a big fan on weird inputs. Like one of my favorite games on the 2600 is Kaboom, because it's so driven with paddle controls, and I just feel like it's so accurate. Not Sherlock Holmes, John Watson. No, it feels like a name that would be in Terminator. Is that a hardball input? I never saw one of those cabinets. I know I saw something recently. Somebody saw one. Somebody had like ditched it like in the street and rescued it. Let's try. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try going super, super detailed with a number of points. I'm going to go overboard with points. See, why did it do that? Let's go back. We'll try again. I remember, was it voiced too? I remember there being voice for it as well. Probably super compressed, but what I loved about that cabinet as well was it reminded me, it felt like it was in universe canon for like practicing doing the like trench run. Like maybe the rebels made it after the first Death Star was destroyed for like pilot training or something, you know? Because it was all like vector graphics and not all totally worked within the like 70s tech era looking screens and stuff that were in the movies. But it was the ultimate like fantasy as a kid. You know, blow up the Death Star. I mean, come on. Doing the trench run. See, I don't know what the polygons are doing here. What the polygons doing? Normally there's a dog on cam too. He's outside right now. I gotta go get him. Okay, so let's try and delete these polygons. Can we see what is these lines all? Okay, so there we go. All right, now if we go back, we can add our internal vertexes. Okay, so these are what we can connect the polygons to, and these won't bend. Is what I'm understanding. So once you set up the original polygon will disappear. Be able to create your own. The amount of detail is usually fine, though you may want to have more fine-grained control over where the triangles go. Experiment by yourself. This sounds like a sex ed class. Experiment by yourself until you get the results you like. Don't forget that your newly added internal vertices also need weight painting. Go to the bones. Okay, so if we go back, open the UV menu for each bone again and go to the point section, add some internal vertices in the regions where you expect the geometry to bend. Okay. Godot generates internal triangles that connect the points when drawing the polygon. They don't always bend the way you'd expect. To solve this, you need to set hints in the geometry to clarify how you expect them to deform. Okay, so for now, like, see, that's not even doing anything. Why is that? That's more how we want it. Oh, we didn't go into bones and associate the bones to it. Sync the bones. Okay, so for like right now, calf left. And then foot left. Okay, so they should all have their different points. Right, so we don't want that. That one's not even leaving, so we missed a point. Let's go back. Leg left. Sticks, how's it going? Spine animating, yeah. How cool is that? Yeah, I know it's scaring me though. I think I'm in deep. I'm in too deep. Deborah. I don't know what to do. Debbie. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's cool. It's just I have no experience with this whatsoever. So I don't know how to build the polygons. The other problem with this is the whole point of this is that I'd like to make it so that we can swap out the textures to whatever the streamer wants for their characters, right? So my concern here with what I'm doing is how do I get this to be a little bit more universal and translate amongst different, same proportions, but different textures. Like I have to do this in a pretty Universal Studios presents Blade Runner. No, I don't know. Like, got to come up with a pretty standard way to do this. Okay, so I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I did something. Dictate style like Funko Pops. Not literally the same. Yeah, let me show you what I got. This is some sketching that I did yesterday. Let's see. Is it blown out? It's blown out. Let me turn off the light. So we have... I was figuring out the ratio of everything, and I was modeling it after Animal Crossing. Let me zoom in. Zoom in and enhance. Zoom and enhance. Whoa. Oh, hey there. What you doing, lady? No, this is it right here. And so we were doing Animal Crossing proportions. I was measuring them. And so the head, it's 2 heads tall. The head is half of the overall proportion of the body. And then the chest area is 1 1/2 head. And then the eyes are 1/3 head size. And then the appendages are a half a head length. So that's, I know this is great artwork, right? But those are the proportions I was going to initially start with. Zoom back out. There we go. So that's what's going on. Let me finish up painting this, and then we're going to see what we got. Let's see what happens now. Okay. Okay. So there's no give over here. No soup. I said no soup. No, no, what was it? No salt. No salt in my, whoa. So this, we can't get that stretchy thing that I was talking about wanting. Okay, but is there a way to... Here's another question for this. Can I lock the length of the bone? So like, what is is this? Let's check the transform. Like, what's changing here? Okay, it's the position that's changing. That position is changing the. So how do I only move mode? Okay. Rotate. Ah, this is where we... Aha! Psh, psh. Brazil, go! Okay, so this is what we want. Oh, let me go get the dog. Ah, shucks. Gee golly, man. All right, I'm having fun. Okay, things are starting to come together. So this tutorial here did not mention, because they're showing this. This is what was throwing me off. I'm stretching because I'm doing I'm just doing a moving the position. So that's why we're getting the stretching. We don't want that all the time. We want to move the bone. We want to rotate. Move. We don't want to scale. Okay, so there is some way in here to turn those things off and only move with rotate, right? All right, have a good night, Nick. Not literally the same. Then the same skeleton will work for all. I see it. Chibi proportions. Not a bad choice. Yeah, I think to start with chibi proportions, roughly in that wheelhouse, and then what eventually Nick was telling me it might be possible to get it so that we could so this isn't bad. Like we can do this, and then we can go to this guy here. What are our shortcuts here? Q for select mode, E for rotate. Okay, so we're in select mode. We don't want to do that. We want to rotate. Whoop, whoop. E. Whoa. Oh my God. Q, E. Hey. This is like when at a wedding. Okay, so now I'm seeing the behavior of my bending and stretching. Oh, check this out. Okay. So now... Oh. Okay, he's beginning to understand. He's beginning to believe. All right, so if we go to foot, for instance, and we paint these gray, they won't give as much. Ah, would you look at that? Well, I'll be. What is it? Q for select. E for rotate. Look at that. It looks, yeah, it can go way further now and it doesn't look as bad. Okay, I'm starting to get it. Hey. If you want it, then you better put a ring on it. This is like at a wedding when they take off the, I don't know, what's the thing called? Doesn't you think that's really creepy? Like it's kind of weird to just like do that. All right, let's go backwards. Okay, how can we reset the pose as well? If we go to skeleton, reset to rest pose. Okay, there we go. What I talked about though is this. This might very well be more than enough for your game. Okay, let's check it out. Opening. Shattered reality. Well, that's what I'm doing with the bones right now, right? It's super weird. That's why we didn't do that. Yeah, I didn't remember bone 2D. Sprite 2D. You don't have to do that if you don't need that. Right. If yes, then deep dive. Well, yeah, I had to do the deep dive to find out what is what even. Okay. So they're still doing bones, but they're not mapping it to polygons. This is what I want, roughly. I would like to be able to do stretching and stuff for some kinds of animation. But we can do that on the sprite level. We can keyframe that stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Nick. You said you're going to go to bed. Go to sleep. So this is from the base tutorial. The first thing they said to check out. This is just using that approach of using cutout animation, essentially. I took my pills. Gotcha. Now time for it to take effect. Ah, I see. Well, yeah, I think this works better. So with this, it may be possible to parameterize the length of the bones so that if somebody wants to set different proportions, they could. Because the rotations, you were saying the rotations would stay the same. All right, let's see it in action. Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're talking about. So you would need to do rotations. Just put together skeleton keyframe rotations for bones. I see what you're saying. No, dude, I think yeah. So you lose, like right there, That's where the stretching comes in handy. And that's what you're referring to as weights. So you're when you say weights, you mean, and when they say weights, how something moves compared to a bone, right? Okay. Oh God. Why is it so hard? Okay. Well, we can still have this. We can still have a template that we give them. Because what I was thinking is, so I'm working on a chat game, right? What I was thinking is we build a template that's like PSD file or something that'll open in something like a Krita or whatever, something more open source or vector platform. Actually, Krita does vector too, technically. Anyways, and so there would be like the cutout area of like, this is where the arm goes, this is where the chest goes, and so on and so forth. And the head and all that. But yeah, thinking about it, setting up where to cut everything when we don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of workflow. So the only thing that we are going to lose, and I'm kind of already thinking of a way to cheat and have it both ways, but doing this, doing the inverse kinematics. I could have sworn though they mentioned that in guess not. It's the joints that are going to be the problem. Wonder if it's as much of a pain as Inkscape. That's why to be honest, I can never figure out Inkscape. Inkscape. All right, Nick, have a good night, man. Inkscape reminds me of how it felt to learn how to use Photoshop. But I'm too old. I can't do this. Don't make me learn you. Yeah, I think you can. Like, if you go here and let's create a decent sized canvas. We'll do 2,000 pixels. I believe you can do a vector layer. Yeah. Yeah, you can let them in. Yeah. So you can do a vector layer, and then you can do... You've got all these shape tools. And I think even the brush tool is technically a vector tool. No, it can't be painted on that. So it won't let you use the tools that won't work on a vector layer. And then you can rasterize it inside Krita as well. So you can do like a Bezier. Is that how you say it? You can do like curves. Oh goodness. Okay, my dog is very concerned. Hang on a second. Let me get him to calm down real quick, and then we'll put on the doggo cam. Don't worry about joints. Cut the arm in 2 or 3 pieces, and you don't need deforming it. Top part, forehand, and hand. There you go. So like if we make a joint, a socket that they would make, so that when there's rotation, there's a round aspect to. So that really dictates the kind of sprite work, or not sprite work, but the artwork that somebody would end up doing for this. Interesting. Okay. Let me get the doggo to calm down. Come on, sit on the couch, buddy. Let me get the camera set up too for him, so you guys can see the handsome boy. Come on, buddy. What's going on? Everything's fine. Come on, get on the. There you go. Oh, I missed you too, handsome. I missed you too. Oh, I missed you too. I missed you too. Oh. Mm-hmm. Hang on, let me get the dog cam going. What the dog doing? I think this camera busted. It's old and busted. There we are. There you are. Say hi to everyone, Cal. I'm super handsome, everybody. I'm a cute little boy. This guy's a psycho. All the people who came in the raid. Like, I gotta go. Focus. Good. Exposure. Good. Doggo cam complete. Low light compensation off. Brightness. I'm going to bring the gain up. Gain increased. What if we bring the gain down? And then we bring up the exposure. No, that'll have the opposite effect of what we want. Let's bring the exposure down and bring the gain up. So we're going to be a little bit more noisy, but our frame rate will be good. There he is. There's our happy boy. Isn't he a happy boy? I need to shave a little bit. Anyways, yeah. We're getting sidetracked here. Back to what we were working on. What I would love, though, is to have... I don't know if you can do compositions where you can have it where you're working on the separate pieces, and then there's also another collection of those same layers together of what it would look like composed into the character itself. I don't think we'll be able to do that. So what we'll probably end up having to do is set it up so that the software will hot load a changed PNG file, so that when you're working in Krita, for instance, and you're changing something about the template and you hit save or export, then it pops into it. The software catches that, hot loads it, and you see the changes immediately. I think that's good for, like, that would be what an artist would want to be able to do. Just overlap sprites like other skeletons animations do it. Afterwards, you can always complicate it more. I guess it just depends on how much you bend. You bend the sprites and all that stuff. But the artist being able to see what the end result of it is going to be really important. So what we'll have to do is in software, we'll just have like an animation player that's running through the the different animations that exist, and when you're changing the sprite, you can save it and instantly see what it would look like doing the different animations. He's complaining right now. He's being very vocal. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? I love you. Could you not go so crazy on the bites in the morning, huh? Could you not go so crazy on the bites in the morning? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. You want to sleep in the house, huh? I see a smile. I see a smile. Ah, don't tell me I don't have a smile. What are you talking about, Papa? I gotta get back to work, okay? Sorry, guys, got a little distracted. My handsome boy, he wanted to hang out. I can't say no to my handsome boy. All right, let's get back to it. Man, he's being so vocal right now. Okay, so the KI, or the IK, the inverse kinematics, is so that I don't have to do the rotates. I can just pull everything around. So they were saying... make KI chain. All right, Six. Have a good night. Sorry, guys. Still experimenting. And scale. We don't want to scale. Okay. So we only do rotations. Okay. I think something's coming to me. Sorry, guys. I'm just lost in thought about this. So there's nothing stopping me from mixing the two. What I mean is, so in the example video that Nick sent, I'm having an idea to kind of solve the problem to get the inverse kinematics animations, but solve this joint issue that I'm seeing here, where we end up with these really, like I saw it really pronounced in her arm, or in this character's arm here. Let's see if the oops. Okay. We're gonna watch this. I don't normally digest YouTube video tutorial videos, but you know what this one doesn't do that I like is it doesn't start out with a shallow focus of a cup of coffee being filled up with low chill beats and some like that makes everything look super sexy, and that the process of making things is not hard. It's just getting a really fancy coffee maker and all this stuff, and then you too can. That's the thing I don't like about a lot of the like. Okay, so let's get the sound so everyone can hear this. Filters, bring it up. And we'll just watch this video real quick. Oh, buffer. My internet is so bad right now. I can't wait to get my fiber uppercut. It's going to be so great. torso, uppercut. Connected to the thigh bone. I am hilarious. Okay. What? I was so excited when they put fiber in my house. UBT. Oh, but I had the old stuff. Then they called me saying I needed to upgrade because what I have is being phased out. Phased out? Erased from existence. Fiber, uppercut. I'm gonna set it to auto. It is on auto. Good God, my internet's that bad right now. Oh Lord, it's like dial-up days. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay. But the bone. Yeah, you don't want to do that. I mean, that's even true with like web dev. The minute you start messing with Z indexing, you screwed up. You need to stop. Something is wrong. Tiger fiber. 100. Roger that. Inverse. Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. Okay, so wait, question mark. It's better to have proper hierarchy than manual setting and indexing? Trolley. Yeah, for sure. Could you imagine? I mean, we've all been there when we get started on something, when we're learning something new, and we find out that's a fix. This is why the YouTube, you got to be, the YouTube tutorial world can be very dangerous because you can find a video that's an answer to a question that isn't the right answer to a question, or it's how, but no, like, hey, probably don't want to do this, and here's the reasons why. That's why. Not to say that there aren't good tutorials out there. I believe Jotson is a gentleman who purveys the production of good tuts, as it were. But But I do personally, I'm going to go on a tiny little bit of rant, but I do have a real problem with the grind tuts. I don't know what else to call them, where it's like heavy production value. It might as well be a motion picture. I don't know. There's something about that stuff really bothers me. Because I think what bothers me the most about it is it grants an air of credibility to something that might be incredulous. Is that a word that would apply to this? It's not, maybe not something that should be given as much levity, but because the production is so high, it implies maybe a set of knowledge that might not be there. Like there's always, okay, here, there's the one, it's all these sexy videos. And then eventually they have a video of, guys, I lost my whole project. This is why you need to have version control. And it's like, oh, that kind of thing. But everyone, here's the other thing I'm going to say about all this. Everyone, you were always learning, right? See, how did she not go and make the head cracking noise? Whoop. And then right here. Ah! See, that right there is an example of there's more. Yeah. I don't even know it all, right? But there's definitely it Okay, so this is what I'm wondering about, guys. Right here, let's pause. Okay, you see this tear? Here's what I'm wondering. This is what I'm wondering about. What if the process for creating these characters is that you make your separate joints, right? So you make the forearm and the upper arm. And then what we do, and I don't know how this would work, but what if behind this inverse kinematic, so behind the joint, wherever it is in here, right? Wherever that is in space, we have a secret sublayer of the skeleton 2D stuff going on. And for the joints, okay? So that then we can do the texture, the weighing and all that stuff, but just on the joint level. Do you know what I mean? And what we would do is we would create, they would load in the sprite, and then we could create a texture of the two joints matched, the two joints where they would by default be, and then build out I know this sounds crazy, what I'm describing, but then build out that connection, right? And match the rotation to the inverse kinematic stuff. And we might have to script that. I don't know how that would work. Or we might be able to do it just in the scene, on the scene structure stuff. I'm not sure. That stuff I don't know. But then when the bin happens and it's beyond the scope of the sprite, that's when you'll get the leftover being filled in by your skeleton's polygons and the weighing stuff going on from the skeleton itself. So we would build this, right? So and technically this would be two separate pieces for two separate sprite pieces. Then we would model it into a single texture, and then on that texture create the, like, in here it would be really just this section here is all we would really care about. But that's where we could do that stuff dynamically. And we don't have to do it right away, but it's something we could work on later. See, again, though, still, if we go back here, shoot. Devro, how you doing, man? Let me do a shout out to Devro here in a second. Yeah. See, we got, Nice. How was the stream? Let me do a shout out to Devro here in a second. Shout out. I didn't shout out Johnson. God darn it. Shout out Johnson. To shout out to the J to the T, J to the O to the T to the S to the O to the N. Yeah. Chill like every Wednesday stream. Is it Wednesday? No. What are you talking about? Oh my God, what happened? I lost a day. Which day did I lose, guys? I'm so confused. Which day did I lose? How did this happen? How long have I been gone? Oh, that's right, because we did the Stargate thing. We were working on the Stargate campaign. What does that do? Well, that's a good tutorial. Despite how much you believe it. Dude, that's the thing about reality that really sucks. No matter how much you believe something, it just doesn't change what is actually real. You know? It's a bummer. All right, let's get some music going and we'll get back to work. I'm going to go grab some tea. That means my dog is going to freak out because I'm going to walk away and he's going to be like, whoa, what's going on? What's the plan here? He's going to get all upset. Well, that's enough to make politics if you just believe something. Isn't it? Let's believe hard enough. Believe. This is called 9 a.m. 9:09 a.m. House. That's pretty funny. Oh, but it's only 3 minutes long. Hidden Agenda Box 97, a superior collection of intelligent drum and bass. Number 3, studio mix. That's always a good sign when it's got that many things. If you're looking for good music, good electronic music, the longer this is like a truism. The longer the name of the thing, the chance of it being good increases. I'm being silly, but it does feel like that's true. So, anyways, I'm gonna throw this on. I'll be right back. Gonna grab some tea and we'll get back at it. Watch, it sucks. Here it goes. Oh, let me change the. Let me put the filter on so it's not so loud. Put it on 35 like usual, as per usual, 35 dB. Boom. Nope, still too loud. Why didn't it change it? Why didn't you change? Why are we not doing number inputs? Is that just not a thing anymore? Okay. Oh, it's a negative number. That makes sense. Close. I'll be right back. Hey, you can stay here, bud. You want to stay here? You want to stay? You can stay for a second. I'll be right back. You want to stay? Should we put on Doggo Cam for everybody? Let's put on Doggo Cam. You stay here, okay? I'll be right back. You stay here. You stay here. You stay here. You stay here, okay? Handsome. You stay here. Okay? Can you stay here for me? I'll be right back, okay? Wait. 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 Ah. You love me too much? All right, we're back. Switching cams. It's 10 minutes of explaining the dog. You'll be back in 2. And then he follows me for some reason. I'm giving him all this adoration and everything, and for some reason he follows me. I don't understand why. All right. All right. So they probably have a sample character here, right? Okay. Let's look at what's in this download. All right, I gotta go kick the dog out. He's being silly again. Come on, stay here. Oh my goodness, my puppy dog. Oh my goodness, I love you. Oh my goodness. All right, so we add the hip bone. Next is the torso. Needs to be a child of the hip, so we create a child sprite and add the torso. Roger that. So we could even make these animated sprites. It appears to be called body instead of torso, making it thus even easier. Calvin. Stay in here, buddy. Come on. Do you need to go potty? You got to go to the bathroom? All right. What's this, Dev? Let's see. That's great. Remote transform 2D node. Never heard of this. Transform nodes somewhere else in the hierarchy. This node applies to its own transform, including any transform it inherits from its parents. To the remote node it targets. This allows us to correctly correct the visibility order of our elements independently of the locations of those parts. Create a remote transform 2D node as a child of the torso. Call it remote arm L. Create another one, remote hand L. Use the remote path property of the two nodes together to target the blah 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 and the blah 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 respectively. Okay. Where did we go? Shout out to Devereaux. I didn't get to do a shout out to Devereaux because I did Johnson. Shout out Devereaux. Doing Unity and Blender work and just doing the grind like everybody. Has anyone seen the Gran Turismo movie? Is that any good? I heard it's got some really awful product placement. Always. So I've been reading all of the Harry Potter books to my daughter. We finished Prisoner of Azkaban, the third one, and they're all right. But regardless of that, like regardless of my thoughts of how the books are, we've been following them up with the movies, right? And this is where, like, I have my thoughts on the movies. I don't know. This last one, in my opinion, the movies get progressively worse so far. This last one was really bad. Like, I'm skipping. I don't know how anybody who's hasn't like read the books would be able to follow what's going on at all, frankly. For real. All right, so we got our guy built. All right. In Godot, there's a helper to create bones between nodes. The bone-linked nodes are called skeletons. As an example, let's turn the right arm into a skeleton. To create a skeleton, a chain of nodes must be selected from top to bottom. Then click on the skeleton menu and make bones. Wait. Skeleton menu. What? You're going to have to help me out a little bit more. Oh, here. This will add bones to the arm. Okay, so this doesn't even work anymore in 4. Let's go to the actual Godot docs. The more recent Godot docs. This is a local download. So, Godot. Oh, no, that's not it. Don't be a dirty site. GodotEngine.org. This is going to be slow. Oh my god, I missed Pac-Man High Score redeem. Here we go. And that's why I'm not hearing it anymore, because I don't have the sound effect. I've got to be doing it the points mixed now because of the sounds. That's why I don't hear it. All right, we'll do the Miss Pac-Man. Oh my god, it's been a long time. Just got to learn. Set up the Pac Cam 9000. Get that going for us. Zoom in Pac. All right, Pac Cam zoomed in. The lapel going. We might have to set up the lapel to go straight into the deck, because then I wouldn't have to mess with this all the time. That would be nice. All right, getting mic'd up on the lapel. Here we go. It's all done there. Switch over to the big screen. Get rid of Doggo Cam. We don't need that right now. Switch over to Pac Cam. And lapel mic's hot. me a second, I just gotta load up the chat. All right, it's been a while. I'm gonna do the best I can. Here we go. Nope, 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 nope. There's no way I'm letting that slide. All right, almost a perfect board. Almost, just 100 points off. 100 points shy of a perfect board right there, not bad. You need to get the speed hack on this thing real bad. Uh-oh. What's the uh-oh for?
Oh, just that we're interrupting your guys' birthday.
Oh, what's up? Come over.
We're gonna go to Walmart.
Okay, let me give you a kiss.
I was gonna ask if I could like help Ian just while we get in the car.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
No, Mama.
Oh, I know. We gotta go.
All right, Pooh, have a good night, man.
Sorry.
It's okay. Hey, they'll be back. They'll be back, okay? Oh, shoot! Ah, and there goes an orange. Hey, Cal, come on the couch, buddy. Everything's fine, bud. Cal, please, you're gonna break everything. Calm down, buddy. All right, we're getting there. All right, there's our favorite fruit, the pretzel. Dang it! Ah, that was lame. What was I thinking? Ah, heartbreaking. No, God, not again! Oh, no, it's falling apart. We lost a good pretzel, too. It's okay, they'll be back. They're not gone forever or anything. I know it feels that way, buddy. I know. There's still a chance. We still have a chance. Just gotta get past this board. The board of doom. All right. It's looking good. There's a chance right now. Even with those awful deaths, I'm gonna give these boys a good run. Screwed it up. Not bad, not good either. Thanks for the redoing, Pooh. Sorry I couldn't accomplish. I'm rusty, but that was still really good. All right. Back to work. Calvin, come here, buddy. Come on. Get up on the couch. Hey, everybody's okay. Come on, up. Wait. 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 Down. Down. Come on, go down. 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 There we go. Ready? Ready? Oh, you're looking so cute for everybody. Let's get the doggo cam going. Doggo cam. Initiated. Doggo cam. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Give me. Yum yum yum. Wait. Wait. Okay. Good boy. That's my boy. So it's saying it needs a skeleton 2D as a parent node. So these directions are just bad now. So if we put a skeleton 2D here, and then we put everything as children, then we say Bone 2D only works with a skeleton 2D or another Bone 2D as a parent node. So it needs to have bones all the way up. Is that the problem? Okay, so we have to start with the hip bone. Calvin, get back in here, buddy. I can't trust you out there. You're going to eat up the classroom. Okay? Hey! No. No. Alright. I gotta kick him out. I'll be right back. Buddy. Leave the classroom out of this. Okay? Good boy. Okay, so the structure is different than the tutorial. And even when you do it automatically, like if you select it, Godot builds it the wrong way. So if I do this and I say make bones, they're all wrong. All right, starting to look right. So now there's not even, they have this thing called end. That doesn't even exist now. Man, the entire guide is wrong. Okay, so that takes care of that side. And the remotes. And then we're going to do the same thing here and make the bones. Fartality. Codex, how's it going? Let me get the sound right. That was really low. Did that come up okay for you? Didn't hear anything. Let's look at the... Let me look at the... It's going meh. Oh no. Not meh. Let me check. Let me check some things here. Let's pull that up. All right. Hopefully that'll help. I'm going to do the Fartality redeem. Wait, what? I had Steam failing to update a game. All this sourced from just Steam not being able to update a game. Looked at the journal and see it's bad sectors on the disk. Then I did a smart test on all my drives on my server, desktop, and laptop. And they're all old, and some are starting to fail. So I'm playing clean up your private data and configs and locally clone. I have the private data and picks, taxes, etc. synced to the cloud, but there's duplicates, etc. that are annoying. But I'll just clone those drives for now. Until I spend time decluttering it all. Oh god, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, I ended up paying for a NAS. I didn't want to build my own. So SFC scan now. I haven't heard that in a long time. I guess it depends on if he's on Windows, because a smart failure will happen on a drive regardless of the OS. That's, yeah. I think Dev is being sarcastic. Dev's razzing. I'll do the Fartality redeem. We got to check to make sure that's working. Oh, it's too low. What happened? Let me find the sounds. Sound alerts. I'm gonna get this. This is a travesty that fartality is so low. We're gonna get it worked out. Well, hopefully it gets all worked out, Codex. Yeah, dude. You know the thing that sucks about like file backups. There's no real feel of any loss except for my games and my desktop config. Everything else is basically a network drive that syncs, spreads out to various Google Drives, Dropbox accounts. All free using rclone. Everything else is in Docker. Nice. Yeah, I've got... I'm dropping everything. I'm uploading everything to Backblaze. So I got... I'm paying... For all my information, it's probably $13 a month to just keep it... Have one place to drop it off through... essentially the AWS protocols. Nice. Yeah. And I had I just got the NAS going and I had this scary moment with it, but I finally got things set up with it where I just don't want the hard drive spinning all the time because it's just that's killing the drive over time a lot quicker, right? So I finally got it set up where I don't hear that thing going that often. It's not solid state. It's all physical drives. But hell, I got 15 gigabyte per Google Drive. Have six of them and 500 gigabytes for Dropbox. I have 2 of those. Yeah. NAS is just overkill these days. I just can't. I can't spend the time to set everything up. It's probably really easy, but and it's just you never know with those cloud services whether they're gonna pull the rug on you. So, but it doesn't. As long as you got some offsite backups, you're set. So, it just sucks because it's just time. No problem. Still can work. My internet goes down because I live in a third world country. Oh, jeez. I mean, look at me right now. Although I suspect it's actually a tower problem. That's But yeah, it probably is overkill. And I am trusting a company that they're not going to do a rug pull on the NAS itself. Right? But it still sucks. It's a huge time suck. Just one sync to the client until the WAN comes back up. All right, so we got most of our stuff in place. Those drum samples. That's in another track. I can't think of it. Oh, I'm thinking of it. It's coming to me. I'm starting to remember. I think it might be Future Sound of London. Yeah, there's a Windows tool that I was using for that. They might have. I don't know if it's open source. Actually, I don't know if there's. Let me track it down here real quick. It's an executable. It's called Search My Files. Real genius name. Essentially, it just does a checksum and it looks at a couple of other things to compare images and stuff, and lets you know where the dupes are. And then it does a nice little record count thing, so you know you're not accidentally deleting too many of the copies of the images and stuff. But I feel you, dude. So that's another reason why I went with the NAS that I went with. That's true. Especially if they're resized and all that stuff, right? Yeah, so it does a couple other things as well. But it depends on how you've been backing up the... Right. I never, ever used any of those for backing anything up. Again, just because they have the propensity to just nuke accounts. Like, you could be wrongly nuked, you know? And so it's just like, I can't trust those things to not just decide one day I said something wrong or whatever, and they just get rid of my stuff. But what I'm using, again, because I'm on a Synology NAS, right? So I use their... So I'm completely off the cloud except for my own private thing. So I have a tiny, super cheap Apple cloud service thing, you know. But then everything else goes out onto the photos. So it does the AI facial recognition and all that stuff. And then it organizes things by month and year and everything the photo's taken. Yeah, I almost thought about writing a deduper, dude. The algorithms for detecting, because all you do to detect, it's crazy how simple it is, but you basically shrink the image down and then like blur it and like shrink it down, and then there's a couple of tests you do, and now you have a unique hash for that particular image, and so much about it can change, even whether or not it's black and white, I believe. And it'll still identify it correctly if it's a different size or whatever. But the algorithm's actually not that complex for matching it, the same image with different like res and all that stuff. Plus, there's a bunch of free tools like C libraries and stuff to do that. But yeah, I feel like some of the answer is just get rid of the photos, but that's hard for people. You have them. Why would you ever get rid of them? But the thing, like modern stuff, dude, the amount of photos we have, it's so hard to keep track of everything. It's insane. Inverse kinematics. So now we have to build the chains for the kinematic chains. To make an IK chain, select the chain of bones from the endpoint to the base for the chain. Okay, this is weird because they're selecting a bunch of stuff and there's literally no bones. I don't understand what I'm looking at. It doesn't make any sense to me. So. But we'll try it with the let's say the leg bone here. And it's not there. Decentralized internet. Thoughts. Is that technically an oxymoron? Isn't the whole point of the internet, it's supposed to be decentralized? Or is that like a turn of phrase that means something? I'm totally ignorant, Nalith. I guess it's not contradictory. They're both the same. So technically it's synonym. Like decentralized and internet are synonymous. The whole point of the way the internet is formed is so that traffic can reach one point to another and take dozens of different routes. Think of torrent internet access. But what backbone would it be using? Like, so if we're talking the lower level stuff, right? So like TCP, what is it something like, so how does my data get from a torrent of internet access? You're talking about hosting, not internet, right? It still has the same backbone, right? It would still be the same backbone. So you're talking about decentralized in the sense of the server concept, federated. See, the problem, I don't know. I mean, the problem is it's worse than what we have now. The federated stuff is just as bad as, it's like mini dictatorships. Like, I get that, at least from what I've seen, but it, like, you have these federated servers, like social networks, and then they just like, again, they just rip it out away from you. Well, that's how it works right now, though. See, isn't that like your city or neighborhood would have owned the lines? Technically, backbone would be isolated, federated. I don't think humans are put together still like TCP base. Honestly, anything federated, anything is a mess. You know what I think is the only way this can really, that we wouldn't have to worry about it getting shut down all at once, is if there were like dozens of Starlinks. If there were like a couple of Starlinks, like a couple dozen of them that were all not just Tesla, then and you can't cut the lines and you can't shut down the cell tower. Now we're talking. Then something like that might be possible. Like, people are too dumb / mean to make things truly good. Yeah. I don't know. I like the idea, but the execution's always bad. But it's just, I think on the lower end side of things are really right. Right. Scariest words ever spoken. But I will say that my concern is that you can't decentralize. If you're using the word decentralized, then you recognize that there's something fundamentally wrong with the structure of the internet. And that is that it can get censorious. And that's what really people want to avoid or find some way around. But the problem is that the federated networks are just, if not more, censorious than the things they're trying to get away from. I don't know, like, well, I think for things like prices work to communicate information. If you think about prices, it's actually this wonderful thing. So, the problem with like, so there's still the supply and demand problem, and that's what prices solve, right? And that's when we start to use words like greed. And yeah, that's a tough nut to crack. I won't start talking about that, but yeah, this is all, it's just got super deep. But it is interesting. What's really interesting to me about all this is that, for instance, like Tor was created by our spy agencies. And then they're the same groups that demonize it, right? That only bad things happen on those networks, right? We can't see what's happening in that traffic. And so only the worst of all is happening. And so it becomes demonized, right? That solves the problem of like, you still have the issue of like cookies and all that stuff and like exposing who you really are. And, but in terms of like having traffic obfuscated, Tor actually solves a problem, but nobody uses it because it's got this other thing associated with it. You could say the same thing about Bitcoin or whatever, I suppose, as well. But the problem with those things like Bitcoin is that it's treated like not like a currency, but like a commodity. And so you can't have something that has fluctuating prices like a commodity being used to buy pizza. It doesn't work. So it feels like we're close to something different, but it's all these ideas, but they're not quite together where they need to be. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, yeah. It's like everything has this curve of being good and then it sucks. And it's as soon as it becomes like mass adopted. Like Facebook was good for a brief, wonderful period. And then your racist uncle got on it, you know? and then it wanted to know everything about you, even if you weren't on it. And then like Twitter was great for a brief while, and then everybody got on it, and it just got destroyed. And part of me really just wants to just like find a good, like really use a BBS and get on IRC and just say goodbye to all this stuff. And just find that's why I stream, actually, because it's a small group of people that are cool and that I feel more connected to than anything when I just send a tweet out to the ether and I talk to a bunch of people that are all trying to build their engagement or whatever the hell, you know. And it's almost like when these platforms start to die out that they get good again. I don't know though. Yeah. Yeah, I left Facebook in 2012 and that was probably already too late. Like I should have been out sooner. And it's funny, I kept all my posts and I was like issuing all these concerns about like what became called fake news. And this is before the elections and everything. And I just like, I see these sites popping up and they're just designed to have you share them to populate your eyeballs on their ads and everything. And it's concerning to me. And I noticed these trends about it. And I realized I started looking into the DNS information and domain registries and stuff. And I saw a lot of the same networks in the same web structure of the HTML and the JavaScript and all the stuff they were using. And it was like, this is all the same thing. This is one group, whatever it is. I'm not saying a conspiracy, but like a lot of these news sites that were spreading information out were like actually completely oppositionally aligned, but were hosted and delivered by the exact same network, just made to look like different things. And it was like, I was desperately trying to find people that would be concerned about this at all, and I couldn't find anybody. And I was like, I'm out. I can't do this. And so I just left that stuff. I often fantasize what it would be like if, as a society, we lost electricity and had to adapt suddenly. Well, I mean, there'd be some good, there'd be a lot of bad. But all the benefits, as much as we can complain about like our healthcare system and everything, that stuff would just vanish. Pretty much anything required the modern medicine, that stuff would go away real quick. Yeah. It's hard to see the forest from the trees sometimes. But I get the feeling. MRIs, X-rays, vaccines, those things have to stay cold. You need to be able to replicate. You got to have centrifuge. You got to have antibodies. Those have to stay very cold, controlled climates. Yeah, a lot of stuff, it'd get bad. We'd start dying from polio, and all that stuff would come back real quick, and then basic infections would kill us. It'd be all that stuff that we forgot. That's really nice that we don't have to work. Strong prevail, weak die. Oh God! Then you're talking about the rich and the poor, and now you want you want exactly that. Thunderdome, baby. Yeah, I get it though. Dude, Codex. Let's start a consortium of people that want to go and. The funny thing is like, you know, I don't think communism works in a large scale, but I think it works really good in like communes. And like, I would be down to start a commune with a group of people. Just like, all right, let's go to the woods. Nature being nature. Yeah. Nature's brutal. Nature's mean and cruel. Nature watches you die in the cold, screaming for help. Yeah, no, it's, I've joked with the wife. You joked. Yeah, I know. Dude, no, I'm telling, I got a friend. I'm like looking at log cabins. I've been looking in like Tennessee and like how much property we could get. And like certain areas, I'm like, where can we actually live off the land? Like we need a certain type of wood and stuff. It's like, the problem with all of that stuff, though, I did watch recently I watched a really interesting video. Let me see if I can find it. About a guy that essentially started a commune. And it was really interesting. Joined the Amish. Dude, I almost bought 200 acres in Colorado a year and a half ago for like 45K. Granted, there was no water or roads, but it was dirt cheap. Yeah, you just got to look up the local laws and stuff. You need to buy some place where you can be fed through water that's above you. So you need a source of water that comes down from gravity that you don't have to worry about disappearing, right? And if you can find a place that meets that requirement, that then it also has, you know, some good straight wood that grows like long, tall trees. Now you're talking. But yeah, I mean, what is life supposed to be but living it with the people you love and sharing your experiences with them? All right, give me a second here. I'm going to scrub through this video and find I'm gonna pause the music. But yeah, if you think about prices, like I kind of blew my mind because I read Adam Smith and a couple other economist stuff and everything. But I started thinking about prices and how prices actually communicate really complex information, much like how ants do. And that's really interesting. And what I started to find when I started thinking about that was when there's a disruption in the communication of information through prices. This happened with the housing market in '08. The danger was ignored or circumvented because the actual price information was packaged up and moved. And so the communication of risk and all that stuff was eliminated using that system. But for the most part, generally, when information is delivered through prices, it's really fascinating how that communicates things without needing the knowledge of all the other things involved in that thing that cost. Houses are really expensive. Rent is high, and it's like, okay, there's whatever all the other things up until that is a thing that you use to make a decision, right? And that's really fascinating to me. I'm being pretty vague, but it does communicate, and then each link in a chain in the, the supply chain, but then all of the choices and it just really sucks right now because we've got rampant inflation and the things that they're trying to solve it with are what's making it worse. And it's frustrating to watch that. Cause it's like, don't do that. Cause it's just going to make this problem happen worse. And what's worse about all of it is they're trying to specifically instigate the Federal Reserve trying to lower the, dude, a lot of these problems are sourced after the solutions of '08, which were just pulling a rubber band back even more. It's like, oh my God. The housing market fell because people were given all these loans that probably shouldn't have been. What should we do? I know. Let's make money virtually. Let's make it so that anybody can get a credit card. We'll just have rates be zero forever for like 10 and a half years, 15 years. It'll be fine. Oh my God, here comes a pandemic. 1% mortgage rates. Dude. The funny thing. Yeah, it's all. Oh, that's cool. That's a cape. Okay, so Yeah, I have a really weird perspective on the whole '08 thing. And I mean, yeah. All right, so this is the bone. So how do I not move the sprites? Do I have to lock them? There we go. So how is she able to just... See, these are in a tutorial when you don't mention that you're clicking the bone in order to do that. That's some key information there. Yeah, for sure. No, it's hang on a second. That's special. Mariano, yeah, I think so. So we're looking at doing inverse kinematics, so we don't have to worry about setting up weights or anything like that. And then we just literally just have parts, like, you know, little bony parts to the bits of the character. So I think this is going to work. I really think this is going to work, because if we have fixed proportions, so long as we have fixed proportions, we'll be okay. For cutout, no. For cutout, no. What do you mean for cutout, no? Sorry, I was saying a lot, so you could have been talking about anything. Shit. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta check something. Right. That's, yeah, so that's the plan. Only changes the transform. bones. Yeah, and cut out animation. The bones. Yeah, so that's what I mean for and cut out animation. The bones does not deform. Yeah, so that's what I'm copying the. By the way, the cutout tutorial on the website is totally wrong for Godot 4. It's completely. It doesn't include the way that bones are done now in 4. It doesn't match any of this. And then there's these endpoints, and I don't think these exist anymore either. So this is all totally wrong. I can still follow it a bit, but hang on a second. I gotta go check something really quick. It sounds like a branch fell on our car. Rub my belly, Papa. Scrub my belly. Love you, buddy. Check if an issue exists and create it. Okay, I will. Dude, the game dev platforms are all out of date with docs. It's so annoying. All of them. Interesting. Yeah, I think this is just something that so where's the GitHub where I would go to even look that up? Can I look at languages? I know there's a way to find it. Its own repository. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a way to get to it from here. Builds. Downloads. This is read the docs. That's not what we're looking for. My internet is really slow right now, though. No. Okay, hang on. It's not. Whoops, go back. Let's close that down. Scroll down. It used to be right here. There was like a way. Version stable. About. Contribute. Oh, open an issue. Here we go. So we can search, cut out animation. So there's three open that are all about it. So I could fix this, right? Food time. Oh, God, speaking of food, I am starving my ass off. Hang on, let me text the wife. I'm hungry! Just get real jerky about it. They've replaced Orion's Arcade with a bucket department. He's quite disappointed. I'd be disappointed. Oh, no. They had this big arcade at our Walmart when you would leave. And now it's just a bunch of buckets. Oh, that's a bummer. He's down in the corner right now. He's your sweeps. Let me change the camera. Let me Hey, everybody loves you, dude. They want to know what you're doing. Uh-oh. Did we unplug it? Just a tiny bit. Gosh, this doggo cam. Deactivate, activate. Ah, I broke it. No. It's doing this thing lately if it gets unplugged the right way. I think it's on its way out. There we go. Oh, dang it. I'm doing all kinds of... Everything's busted. Sorry. Sorry I made you do something. It's fine. Mariano, I hope you're doing good. I've been thinking about you and your grandma and all that stuff. I hope you're... I know that stuff can suck. Our carpet is a wreck because of the dog. So blame him. He's constantly chewing on everything. He just destroyed... I just got our pump going for our water. And he promptly decided to chew the hoses. I was so mad. I can't blame him, though. He's a puppy. I can't be there every time he chews on something to tell him no. What? Okay, so why does she create a whole separate stack of nodes? Target. Hey, buddy. You want some pets? The squirrels are coming. The node path to the node that is the target for the 2-bone IK modification. This node is what the modification will use. What? Huh? The node path to the node that is the target for the 2-bone IK modification. This node is what the modification will use when bending the bone 2D nodes. What? What does that mean? All right. What the programmer doing? You want to go get the squirrels? You want to go get them? You want to get them? Whoa. Arr. It's like, why are you trying to do dog voice? All right, guys, I gotta go help the wife. She ran out of gas. So let's find somebody to raid. Love you guys. Hope you guys have a good night. Much love to y'all. See you guys tomorrow. All that stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Somebody to raid. Somebody to raid. Anybody? There's Mud. We did Mud yesterday. Mud's still working on the same sprite. He's turning into me. Don't do it, Mud. No. All right. If anybody's got any other recommendations of somebody we could raid. Got to keep the raid train going. Joel Jab still pumping away. There's me. The little I managed to see was fun. I'm so sorry, guys. I was excited about what I'm working on too. I'm excited about this. This is going to be fun to mess around with and like get my head in it and understand it. The wording on this is strange. It's 2 already. Man, you got to go to sleep. I'm not convinced Devereaux is a vampire. All right, Dev. See ya. Got to get into your coffin before the sun rises. You got about 3 hours, 2 or 3 hours, depending. This isn't Godot, is it? I guess it is. All right, let's find somebody else. We'll just look around. We'll just do... Well, you know what? We'll just raid Mud again. We'll raid Mud again. We love Mud. Mud's cool. Mud's working on a Pico 8 game. Check it out. So you can't... I wish you could raid from their chat. Because you got to go to yours, which is so weird. Because then you got to spell the name right and do all this stuff. All right, guys. Have a good night. See you later. Mud's in Florida. Looks like the hurricane missed him, so he's doing good.